Hello there, my sleepy fellows. Come, settle down wherever you are, perhaps beneath a soft blanket or by a quiet window, and let your thoughts drift far beyond the edge of our world into the lands of Middle Earth, where stories move like rivers and magic stirs gently in the breeze. Tonight, I invite you on a peaceful journey where time flows slowly and the stars seem just a little closer. Imagine the gentle hills of the Shire bathed in twilight, warm orange light melting over the fields, and the distant sound of soft water running through a stream. The chimneys puff faint curls of smoke, and fireflies begin their nightly dance. All is calm. The grass is soft beneath your feet. The leaves rustle lightly, as if whispering secrets only the trees remember. And in the hush of this golden hour, the tale of an old friend begins once more. Gandalf the Grey, the wandering wizard with a heart full of wisdom and a staff full of mysteries. But tonight, we won't follow his battles or grand adventures. No, tonight we'll follow the quiet magic that lives inside the wood he carries, his staff, and the secrets it holds from lands both near and far. So breathe gently now, for the story is just beginning, and Middle-earth is waiting for you. As we drift softly into tonight's tale, let your mind wander deeper into the ancient world of Middle-earth, where twilight falls gently across the hills and the mysteries of magic stir beneath old stone and shadowed forest. In this story, we journey through whispers of power not often spoken of. For while many remember Gandalf for his wisdom, his guidance, and the fire in his eyes during times of peril, few truly know the depth of magic woven into the staff he carried. It was more than just a walking stick or a symbol of his role. It was a vessel of ancient enchantments, a silent keeper of his strength, shaped in secret and tied to the very breath of the world. Tonight, we'll follow the quiet threads of that staff's creation, from the distant lands of Valinor, across the sea, into the forgotten ruins of the east, through the moonlit halls of Lothlorien and beyond. We'll watch the soft glimmers of power awaken and feel the earth gently shift around the places where Gandalf once walked. We'll listen to old tales passed in hushed tones beside mountain fires and starlit rivers, and we'll understand how his staff, in silence, carried light in the darkest of places. But dear friends, worry not. This journey will be gentle and slow. There will be no rush, no urgency, just a winding path through mist and moonlight, meant for listening, feeling, and drifting. And if you find comfort here, in these sleepy stories of Middle-earth, I kindly invite you to leave a like or softly subscribe so you may return anytime the world feels heavy. There are many more stories waiting, and this realm of soft wonders is always open to you. Now, take a long, quiet breath. Let the stars settle over you like a blanket, and follow me as we walk softly into the deeper magic behind Gandalf's staff. Long ago, before the great wars of the Ring, before even the whispers of shadow began to curl through the corners of Middle-earth, there walked a traveler cloaked in gray, his eyes kind yet ancient, his voice calm yet full of power. His name was Gandalf, though he had once been known by another name in a realm far to the west, a land most mortals had never seen and few would ever reach. In Valinor, the blessed realm beyond the seas, he had been called Olorin. Gentle and wise, he wandered among the gardens of the Valor, listening to music of the stars and learning from the whispers of flame and spirit. He was never the loudest among his kin, nor the most boastful. He preferred the quiet paths, where starlight shone on still water, and thought moved like wind through tall grass. But when the time came, and the need arose for guidance in the lands of Middle-earth, Olorin answered the call. He came not as a warrior, but as a guide, wrapped in robes of gray, bearing only a pointed hat, a pipe of old wood, and a staff. Ah, the staff. It was never spoken of in detail, and yet it was always by his side. Tall and sturdy, it bore carvings so old they seemed born from time itself. Some said it held the breath of the stars. Others claimed it was made from the heartwood of an ancient tree long lost to the world. But whatever its shape or source, Gandalf's staff was far more than a walking stick. It glowed softly when hope flickered. It burst into light when darkness drew near. It cracked stone, summoned fire, opened paths, and silenced fear. And yet, he used it with such quiet grace, as though its power were a whisper rather than a roar. Tonight, we follow that whisper. We will not ride with war, nor clash with foes. Instead, we drift along soft memories, ancient echoes, and the invisible threads of magic that tie Gandalf's story to the very heart of Middle-earth. Imagine him now, walking alone across a starlit ridge in the misty mountains, the wind teasing his cloak. His staff taps gently against the stone with each step, humming a low tune only the earth understands. His mind is calm, but his heart knows a secret path is near. He was not just a wizard. He was a keeper of wisdom, a bearer of forgotten truths, and a friend to all who still dared to believe in the old magic. And his staff, that quiet companion, was part of his soul, so let us step beside him, dear listeners, with slow breath and soft steps. There is no rush, only the quiet wonder of the tale yet to unfold. In the golden hush of late afternoon, when the Shire's hills lay cloaked in soft sun, and the distant hum of bumblebees echoed through the tall grasses, Gandalf often walked alone. Not hurried, never hurried. His tall frame moved with a grace that defied his years, the hem of his gray cloak brushing the wildflowers, and his staff, tall and smooth, tapping the ground with an almost musical rhythm. It was a sound familiar to many in the quiet hamlets of the West Farthing. Some children knew it before they saw it. Tap, step, tap, like a lullaby written in motion. Though his presence was rare, it was always welcome. Hobbits waved from windows, offered him a pipe full of long-bottom leaf or a mug of cool ale. But more often than not, Gandalf politely declined, nodding with that twinkle in his eye and continuing down the shaded paths. He seemed to be searching for something, or perhaps listening for things that others could not hear. His days were filled with small, thoughtful moments. He would pause by a river to watch the light dance across the water's surface. He would crouch to speak softly to an old oak tree, his hand resting on its bark as though greeting an old friend. Sometimes he sat by himself under the eaves of a willow, tracing quiet runes in the dirt with the tip of his staff, runes that faded with the wind as quickly as they came. But what no one quite noticed was that the staff itself seemed to hum in certain places. It was subtle, like a breeze that came from no direction, or a shiver that ran through the air rather than the skin. When Gandalf passed through the Green Hill country, he often lingered by a circle of standing stones, stones covered in moss, forgotten by the younger hobbits and ignored by the older ones. There, his staff would thrum softly against the soil, like a string pulled tight and plucked by unseen fingers. He never said why he returned there, nor did he explain the soft glances he cast toward the western sky at dusk. He simply sat, cross-legged among the stones, staff resting beside him, eyes distant but peaceful. One evening, the sky awash with lavender and amber, Gandalf stood near Bagshot Row and turned his gaze toward a narrow trail that wound between two grassy hills. It was not a common path, not used for carts or ponies, nor remembered by maps, but it had been there for a long, long time. He placed the tip of his staff to the earth. It glowed faintly. He didn't speak. Instead, he lifted his head as though listening. A soft gust stirred the leaves, and in it came the faintest hum, almost musical, like a memory sung from deep beneath the ground. It was gone in a breath, but it left something behind, a knowing, a calling, and so he began to follow. Each step he took led him deeper into the quiet lands beyond the Shire, through fields where goldenrod and heather swayed together, past creeks where frogs blinked slowly in the twilight. All the while, his staff glowed only at the base, just enough to guide him forward when moonlight failed. It was during these walks, these slow wanderings, that the threads of mystery began to weave around him. He would find feathers lying in perfect spirals, stones arranged in circles too deliberate to be chance, a tree whose bark bore a faint sigil, one he hadn't seen since Valinor. In the twilight hours, Gandalf would sit beside small campfires. He used no flint or tinder. His staff, with the gentlest tap, summoned flame like a friend answering a call. The fire burned low and steady, casting amber light across his face, revealing lines carved not by age alone, but by thought, by memory, by patience. He would draw shapes in the dirt, rings, stars, branching paths. He wasn't rehearsing spells, nor crafting wards. It was more like remembering, reaching back into the great library of time, retrieving pieces of something not quite lost, but long untouched. One morning, while dew still clung to the tall grass and the sun climbed slow and golden, Gandalf reached a grove of ancient trees. The trunks were twisted, but proud. Their branches arched high above like cathedral ceilings, and their leaves filtered the light into a green-gold hush. He stopped. The staff in his hand pulsed softly, once like a heartbeat. He stepped forward. The wind, silent moments before, stirred the leaves with a sigh. Gandalf turned his gaze downward, and there on the moss lay a single white stone, smooth, flat, and etched with a spiral. He knelt beside it. The symbol was familiar, very familiar. He placed the tip of his staff upon it. A faint shimmer spread outward, like ripples in water. The surrounding trees seemed to lean closer. The very ground beneath him felt watchful. He smiled. Old memories, he whispered to the quiet. He pocketed the stone and stood once more, his staff still warm from the contact. It had been a long time since it had reacted so deeply to something so small. But in Middle-earth, as he well knew, the smallest things often held the greatest meaning. From that day on, he continued his journey not just with direction, but with purpose. The faint signs, the humming air, the glowing staff, the spiral stones began to appear more frequently. Each one carried with it a sense of unfolding, as though a path was revealing itself not all at once, but gently, step by careful step. He did not rush. Gandalf never rushed. He allowed the mystery to guide him, not command him. He would often pause during the day to rest his hand on his staff and close his eyes, not to sleep, but to listen. Sometimes he would speak softly, not in Westron nor Elvish, but in a tongue older still, known only to the Maya and the stars, a tongue of energy and memory, of feeling rather than word. And the staff listened. That was the first secret, you see. The staff was not a tool, it was a companion, a keeper of things long remembered, a vessel of his will, yes, but also his memory, his light, his restraint. It held not only the fire he summoned, but the silence he embraced. Now, the signs whispered of something more, not danger, but depth, an old, buried wonder beginning to stir. And so, in the soft arms of morning mist, or beneath the endless canopy of stars, the gray wizard pressed onward. No one saw the road he walked, for it was not marked by stone or trail. It was a path of the spirit, a ribbon of meaning woven through the land. He knew he was being called, not by voices, but by resonance, a pull that began deep in his bones and echoed through the wood of his staff. Something lay ahead, a memory older than the mountains, perhaps, a truth the hidden in root and rock, something waiting to be remembered and gently awakened, but all in its time. For now, the light of day was soft and kind. The birds sang without urgency, and the road, like the wizard who walked it, moved slowly and wisely forward. With each quiet step, mystery bloomed like petals before him. And the staff, faithful, glowing, ancient, led the way. The road Gandalf traveled was not one that appeared on any map. It wove through lands that were only half remembered by the world, groves that no longer bore names, and valleys where the wind seemed to speak in tones long forgotten. Each evening, when the sun dipped behind the hills and the sky deepened into amethyst and gold, Gandalf would pause and raise his eyes to the heavens. His staff would glow faintly in his grasp, like a quiet lantern that knew which stars to follow, and slowly, gently, the world began to change around him. The first sign came as he crossed a silver stream hidden between two hills. The water was clear, and the pebbles beneath it glistened like polished gems. Gandalf stepped lightly through the shallows, his boots barely disturbing the current. But as he reached the far bank, he heard something that made him pause, a faint melody, lilting and high, like a flute played from far away. He turned, eyes narrowing. No one was there. The stream rippled in silence, but when he placed the end of his staff on the ground, the air trembled gently, as if the world itself had exhaled. He did not speak. He simply stood, letting the music fade back into silence before continuing on with a knowing smile. In the days that followed, the signs grew more frequent. By moonlight, he saw flickers of pale blue light drifting between the trees, dancing shapes that vanished when approached, but always lingered at the edge of sight. He passed a lone stone monolith in a quiet field, covered in spiraling carvings that pulsed faintly when touched with the staff. The wind there carried not only leaves, but whispers, soft, unintelligible, yet filled with emotion. They weren't warning him. No, they were welcoming him, like old friends greeting one long away. One evening, beneath a wide canopy of oaks, Gandalf found a place that had not seen footprints in 1,000 years. It was a glade, circular in shape, with stones arranged in a perfect ring at its heart. Moss blanketed the ground, and small white blossoms glowed gently in the starlight. The moment his foot crossed the threshold, the tip of his staff flared, just a flicker, but enough to catch his breath. He stepped to the center and knelt. With great care, he laid his staff across two of the ancient stones. The air grew warmer, the flowers leaned inward, and then, faintly, he saw it. A sigil hidden in the moss, a spiral within a triangle, bordered by 3 stars. He brushed it clean with his hand. The symbol hummed softly beneath his fingertips. "Yes," Gandalf murmured, "you remember." As he whispered those words, a gust of wind stirred the glade. The trees rustled not in fear, but in recognition. From that night onward, the staff no longer glowed only at its tip. Now, fine threads of silver light curled around its length, as if the wood itself was beginning to stir from slumber. And that was when the dreams began. Not dreams of sleep, but dreams in waking. As Gandalf walked the hills, he began to see glimpses, shadows of long past days. An elf passing swiftly through the trees, a dwarf hammering at a forge beneath the mountains, a great ship sailing west with sails of woven starlight. They were not memories of his own, but echoes stored in the land itself, drawn out by the silent whisper of his staff. It was during one such vision that Gandalf encountered a figure, a presence rather than a person. He was passing through a forest where the trees grew tall and the air was hushed. The sunlight filtered down in golden beams, and birds sang as if to themselves. As he moved between the trunks, his staff began to glow once more, and the air thickened with quiet expectancy. And then he saw her. A woman, cloaked in silver leaves, stood at the edge of a pond, her bare feet just touching the water. Her eyes were deep, filled with time, and turned to him, and though her mouth never moved, he heard her voice. "You carry the memory of the stars," she said. Gandalf bowed his head gently. "I carry only what was entrusted to me," he replied. She nodded once and raised a hand. In it, she held a small crystal, no larger than a pebble, She placed it on a stone near the water's edge and stepped back. Without another word, she vanished into light. No sound, no rush of air, just gone. Gandalf approached, knelt, and picked up the crystal. The moment it touched his palm, the staff shivered. Light, soft and blue, flickered up from the wood, dancing in patterns down its grain. The crystal itself was warm, and when he brought it close to the staff, the two resonated. For a moment, he felt as though the earth beneath him turned ever so slightly, aligning him with something vast and unseen. This was not just a gift, it was a key. Later that night, sitting by his fire, Gandalf studied the crystal again. It pulsed faintly, like a heartbeat. Not magic in the usual sense, not a tool of power, but of remembrance. A vessel for something older than spellcraft. A song, perhaps, or a story. He placed it into a hollow knot at the top of his staff. It fit perfectly. With a soft hum, the staff accepted it. The light faded, the silence returned, but Gandalf knew it was now something more. From that point on, the land itself responded more strongly. Trees leaned toward him. The stars seemed brighter. Even the animals he passed, foxes, owls, stags, watched him with eyes that held an unusual calm, as though they understood. He spoke little, but listened more. The whispers that had once been scattered and distant now came more clearly. Names, places, pieces of lore from the First Age, words not spoken aloud in centuries. He came across a fallen watchtower, overgrown and cracked with time. Within its ruined walls, he discovered a carving, barely visible, a figure holding a staff like his own, and beside it, the symbol from the stone circle, the spiral in a triangle. He touched the carving. His staff vibrated softly, and in that moment, Gandalf understood. He was not the first. The staff he carried was not born with him. It had been passed, shaped, and chosen before, and the power it held, the memory it cradled, was not merely his to wield. It was his to protect, to awaken, and, when the time came, to return. The crystal now hummed gently at the crown of his staff. Its song, soft and slow, followed him into the next glade, the next hill, the next quiet vision. Wherever he walked, the road grew a little clearer, not by sight, but by feel. The magic of Middle-earth, still alive in root and river and stone, welcomed him back. And the staff, now awake, remembered not just spells or commands, but stories, feelings, the warmth of ancient halls, the laughter of forgotten kin, the sorrow of partings long past. It was no mere tool, it was a companion, a record, a promise, and though Gandalf knew not yet where the journey would end, he no longer walked alone. With the staff in his hand and the mystery alive in his heart, he moved onward, softly, slowly, into the gentle glow of twilight, following the rhythm of something far older than even he could name. And the land listened. The day had slipped into a soft, golden hush. Long shadows stretched across the meadows, and the air held the scent of distant rain, clean and crisp, like water drawn from deep beneath the earth. Gandalf walked with steady steps, his robes brushing low grass that shimmered in the evening light. His staff, now glowing faintly from within, tapped gently upon the soil, each step in rhythm with the breath of the world. He had come far. The land was changing beneath his feet, quietly but unmistakably. The forest trees here grew taller and closer together, their bark pale and smooth, their branches arched like the ribs of a great ship. The leaves whispered softly, though no wind stirred them, and tiny blue lights drifted lazily among the boughs, like stars that had come down to rest in the woodlands. And the path? Well, there was no path, only a sense, deep and unshakable, that forward was the way. Not north nor east, but forward, as though the land itself guided him, and the staff in his hand agreed. He walked until he reached a clearing, not large, but perfect in its silence. At the center stood a single stone, waist high and worn by time. Its surface was flat and smooth, but as Gandalf drew near, he saw the faint outline of symbols etched into it, so old they were barely visible. He ran his fingers across them. The staff responded with a gentle hum. Gandalf closed his eyes and placed the end of the staff upon the stone. At first, nothing happened, just the quiet of evening, the soft trill of a bird in the trees, the rustle of a squirrel's dash, the peaceful stillness of twilight. But then, a low vibration passed through the ground, not frightening, not sudden, just present, like something awakening slowly after a long slumber. The symbols on the stone began to glow with pale silver light, and the space around Gandalf deepened, as though the world itself was holding at his breath. He opened his eyes. The clearing was no longer empty. Standing opposite him was a figure cloaked in white mist. Not solid, not spectral, something in between. The shape of an elf, tall and ageless, with eyes that shimmered like moonlit water. No words were spoken, and yet Gandalf understood. The figure raised its hand, and there, floating above the stone, appeared a small crystal orb, about the size of a walnut, gently pulsing with a soft inner glow. Within it swirled a faint dance of color, silvers and blues, golds and violet, like the shifting sky reflected in water. Gandalf stepped forward. He did not ask questions. Not yet. He simply reached out, and the orb drifted into his hand. The moment it touched his skin, the world changed. He stood, not in the forest, but in another place. A vast hall filled with towering pillars carved from living stone. Light poured in from high windows, shaped like stars, and at the center of the room was a great pool of still water. Around it stood 5 figures, tall, wise, radiant with ancient power. The Astari. Gandalf knew them. He had walked among them. Saruman the White, Alatar and Palando, Radagast and himself, Mithrandir, the Grey Pilgrim. But here they stood not as travelers in Middle-earth, but as they had been in Valinor, newly sent, bearing the charge of the Valar, their purpose clear and pure. The vision was silent, yet powerful. Each wizard held a staff, unique in design, but echoing one another in shape and spirit. Gandalf's staff, he now saw, was not a thing of mere wood and craft, but a channel, a vessel for deeper power, not the power of domination or destruction, but of memory, of connection, of light. The vision shifted. He now stood upon a cliff, overlooking a wide ocean. A ship sailed westward into the mists, its sails like wings of light. The stars above formed constellations that pulsed softly in time with his heartbeat, and then, far below, on the shore, lay a staff, half buried in sand, waiting for him. The scene faded. Gandalf blinked. The clearing returned. The orb now rested still in his hand. The swirling colors dimmed but not extinguished. The mist figure across from him lowered its hand, and Gandalf bowed. "Thank you," he whispered, and with that, the figure vanished as quietly as it had come. But the staff had changed. Its wood now bore a new mark, etched not with blade, but by light itself, a thin, glowing line that spiraled downward from the crystal at its crown. It pulsed faintly, like the breath of the world. He knew now the staff was more than a companion on the road. It was a bridge between past and present, between Valinor and Middle-earth, between the seen and the unseen. As he turned to leave the clearing, a light breeze stirred the trees, and for the briefest moment, he thought he heard music, distant, layered, ancient, the song of the Astari. That night, beneath a quiet sky, Gandalf sat beside a small fire and looked once more at the orb. It now rested inside the carved notch at the top of his staff, like it had always belonged there. The firelight danced in its depths, and the air around it shimmered just slightly. He did not feel more powerful. He felt more whole, as if something long sleeping had opened one eye, stretched, and quietly nodded. The first glimpse had come, and there was more, so much more, still waiting to be found. So he slept, curled beneath his cloak, the staff resting gently at his side. And all through the night, the orb pulsed softly with light, and the earth beneath him dreamed. The dawn came slowly, stretching pale fingers of light over the tops of tall trees. A soft golden mist hovered above the ground, like a dream reluctant to fade, clinging gently to the moss and fern. The birds had not yet burst into song. The world was still caught in that tender pause between the end of night and the beginning of day. Gandalf stirred from his sleep. He did not wake with a start, nor open his eyes abruptly. He lay quietly for some time, the warmth of the earth beneath him, his staff beside him, the fire long faded to faint gray embers. The memory of the vision still lived behind his closed eyelids, a lingering glow, like the final echo of a beautiful melody. There was no urgency now, no quest to race toward, no great evil demanding confrontation, only a sense of something understood at last, though not yet fully spoken aloud. He sat up, wrapping his cloak about his shoulders as the morning chill brushed his beard. With his hand, he gently grasped the staff. The orb at its crown was still nestled in place, though its swirling colors had now quieted into a soft amber pulse, like a heart at peace. For a long while, he simply sat, watching the morning rise through the trees, listening to the silence. The staff hummed beneath his fingers, not with noise, but with presence, with memory, with age. It was as if all the places it had traveled, all the words it had witnessed, All the gentle wisdom it had gathered now whispered softly into his bones. He could feel it. The power within it was not of fire or force, not the sharp magic of war. No, this was deeper, older, the kind of strength that guides rather than commands, that holds the lantern rather than leads the charge. And in that moment, Gandalf realized something else. The staff had not revealed its secrets through dominance or demand. It had spoken through stillness. It had opened its memory through quiet trust. The key had not been a spell, but a willingness to listen, to walk gently, to meet the mystery not with conquest, but with care. He looked up toward the sky, where the first threads of sunlight shimmered behind drifting clouds. His thoughts wandered, not forward, but backward, to Valinor, to the timeless shores where his journey began. He remembered walking beneath trees that shimmered with their own inner light. He remembered the guidance of the valor, the wisdom of the mire. And he remembered the charge given to him, not to rule, not to dominate, but to help guide the peoples of Middle-earth with kindness, courage, and restraint. Even as the years had passed and darkness grew in distant lands, Gandalf had never sought a throne. He had never worn a crown. His staff was not a scepter of power, but a companion of peace, a symbol of presence, of being there, for hobbits, for kings, for creatures great and small. He smiled quietly at the thought, and then, from somewhere deep within the folds of memory, a story came to him, one he had not thought of in many years. It was of a time early in his arrival to Middle-earth, when he had walked among elves in hidden groves and sat beside quiet rivers to learn the songs of trees. There, one ancient elf had spoken to him of the staves carried by the wise. Not every staff is carved from the same branch, the elf had said, his voice as smooth as wind over water. Some are given, some are grown, and some are chosen, but each carries what the bearer cannot speak aloud. It holds what must be remembered when the bearer forgets. Gandalf had not understood then, but now he did. The staff had remembered for him. It had known the melody of the West even when his own thoughts were tangled in the worries of war and shadow. It had carried the wisdom of his calling when others doubted or dismissed him, and it had waited patiently, quietly, until he was ready to listen again. He rose slowly from the earth, letting the cool breeze wash over him like a blessing. With deliberate care, he planted the staff before him and leaned upon it, not in weariness, but in reverence. The light shifted through the trees, casting silver patterns upon the forest floor. The birds had begun their gentle song. A squirrel scurried along a nearby branch. Life stirred all around him, as it always had, and in that peaceful stir, Gandalf breathed in deeply. Not everything needed to be understood at once. Not every secret needed to be unraveled. Sometimes the knowing came not in lightning flashes or thunderous answers, but in quiet mornings and the hush of trees and the warmth of memory gently returning like the tide. He turned to the west, where the sun had not yet risen fully above the hills. He felt it again, that soft longing, the same longing he had felt since he first stepped into Middle-earth. A yearning for light, for harmony, for the gentle touch of things once known and never forgotten. The staff pulsed softly in his hand. It did not pull him toward action. It simply reminded him that he was never truly alone, that he was part of something older, deeper, and far-reaching, a melody begun long before he had arrived, and still playing now, even in the silence. And so, Gandalf walked forward, one foot in front of the other, not with haste, but with peace. The leaves whispered above him, and the staff guided his steps with calm purpose. The journey was not yet complete, but the way was clear, and somewhere, far off, the faint song of the west echoed gently on the wind, promising that whatever lay ahead would be met with light. The day stretched onward in golden quiet, as Gandalf followed the meandering forest path through the rolling foothills that framed the edges of Middle-earth's western wilds. His staff struck the ground roughly with every step, not as a tool of burden, but as a steady companion, whispering to the earth, remembering each stone and root as they passed. A hush had settled over the land. Even the birds seemed to sing more gently now, as if mindful of the weight of ancient footsteps walking beneath their branches. The sun filtered through the canopy in long golden shafts, casting soft mosaics of light upon the moss-covered forest floor. Leaves whispered stories with each stir of the wind, and the trees, old as memory, leaned closer as if listening. Gandalf paused near a stream, its waters cool and crystalline, trickling over smooth pebbles and worn stone. He knelt beside it, cupping his hands to drink. The taste was crisp, like starlight on mountain air. The staff rested against his shoulder, its orb catching the sun in a subtle amber glow. It was here that he first sensed it. Not danger, no, not even magic in the usual sense, but presence, a quiet one, watching, not hiding. Gandalf did not turn his head abruptly. He simply sat by the water a moment longer and said gently, "You may come out if you wish. I have no need for secrecy here." There was a rustle in the underbrush, a light step over a root, and from the shadowed trees emerged a figure, an elf, tall and robed in soft forest green, with hair like moonlight woven in silver threads. His eyes were deep and steady, gray with memory. He carried no weapon, only a satchel at his side and a carved wooden flute slung across his back. He inclined his head in respectful greeting. "Mithrin, dear," Gandalf smiled. "Illyrian. It has been many years, many lifetimes," the elf replied, stepping closer, "and yet the road bends always toward familiar paths." The two sat beside the stream, and for a long time they said little, just the sound of the water, the creaking trees, the birdsong overhead. Then Illyrian reached into his satchel and pulled forth a small wooden box, placing it between them. "A gift," he said, "from the forests of Lothlorien." Gandalf opened it. Inside were dried leaves, sylvan herbs used in ancient rituals of insight and calm. Their scent, even in dry form, filled the air with a grounding warmth. He closed the box softly, nodding. "You always bring what is needed, even before I ask." Illyrian looked out over the stream. "The trees have spoken. They say your staff has awakened." "It has," Gandalf said, his voice quiet. but I do not yet know all it remembers." "You will," said the elf, "but not alone." Gandalf turned his gaze upward, watching the sunlight shift across the canopy. It was a comfort, he thought, not just to be seen, but to be accompanied, to be met along the road by someone who did not demand answers, but shared presence. He and Illyrian spoke then, not of great deeds or looming wars, but of smaller things. The way moonlight changed the shape of a path, the quiet places where owls nested unseen, the moments of peace that often slipped by unnoticed. They parted with the setting sun. No promises, no plans, only the echo of old friendship and the quiet faith that their paths would cross again. Gandalf continued westward, and as the forest thinned and the land rose into low, rolling hills, he came upon another figure, not walking, but sitting upon a stone beneath an old tree. The figure wore a dark cloak, hood drawn low, and for a moment Gandalf thought him a traveler resting his feet. But as he approached, the figure lifted his head, and Gandalf saw the eyes of a Dunedain. "You walk far, gray pilgrim," the ranger said, his voice calm as still water. "As do you, it seems," Gandalf replied, stepping beside him, "though I suspect your reasons are more mysterious than mine." The man smiled faintly, revealing the weathered lines of a long-lived life. "I walk to remember," he said, "to keep watch over what the world forgets." They spoke there for some time as the wind moved gently through the tall grass. The ranger, who named himself Thalin, spoke of the northern lands, of ruins grown wild, of memories held not in books, but in footsteps. He told Gandalf of a cave, hidden deep within the hills, carved with markings so old they predated elven speech. He spoke of dreams that clung to stone like moss, and when Gandalf asked what the markings said, Thalin replied softly, "Nothing you can read, only something you can feel." That night, they camped beside a small fire, and Thalin shared dried berries and waybread, wrapped in leaves. Gandalf poured warm water into a tin cup, stirring in the herbs gifted by Illyrian. The fragrance filled the night like a spell of calm. They didn't speak of the staff, but as Gandalf set it beside him, he noticed the faintest shimmer within its orb, like the memory of the starlit cave Thalin had described. As if the staff, too, remembered those ancient marks long before he had found it. When morning came, the ranger was gone, leaving only a smooth black stone beside the fire pit, etched faintly with a crescent moon. Gandalf continued onward, and as the path dipped into a shaded valley where willows leaned like weeping mothers and the wind carried soft music through the trees, he came upon his final companion. Not a person this time, but a creature, a small, golden fox. It stood at the path's edge, watching him with eyes too wise for such a creature. When Gandalf paused, the fox turned and trotted forward a few steps, then stopped and looked back. In an invitation, so he followed. They moved in silence, fox and wizard, through twisted paths Gandalf had never seen, over gnarled roots and across shallow streams. The air shimmered faintly with magic, though not the kind of spells cast from wands or staffs. It was older, wilder, and at last the fox led him to a glade. In the center, a great standing stone rose from the earth, tall, worn, and covered in lichen. Around it bloomed tiny white flowers, glowing softly even in daylight. The fox sat at the base of the stone and waited. Gandalf stepped forward and placed his hand against the ancient surface. A warmth spread through him, not from the stone, but from the staff at his side. Its pulse aligned with the quiet hum in the air, as if the place itself had once spoken to it. Here, in this forgotten glade, the staff remembered, not with images or voices, but with stillness, with connection. He closed his eyes, letting that stillness pour into him, filling the space left by long roads and longer thoughts. And when he opened them again, the fox was gone. Only the stone remained, and the silence. As the sun lowered once more and shadows stretched across the hills, Gandalf emerged from the glade, staff in hand, cloak brushed with leaves. The road ahead remained long, but he no longer walked it alone, not truly. For along the path he had found more than direction. He had found memory in companions, wisdom in stories, and echoes of something sacred in the presence of the quiet world. And the staff, it pulsed gently, not with power, but with peace. The stars were high above the ridges now, strung like jewels across the deep velvet sky. Night had fully arrived in the wilds of Eriador, and the air carried a hush, soft and cool, like a memory breathing in the trees. Gandalf had chosen a small clearing among low hills to rest for the night. He spread a simple blanket upon the grass, laid down his pack, and planted his staff upright beside a moss-covered rock. The orb at its crown glimmered faintly, as if the staff itself wished to bask in the starlight. A gentle fire crackled in the circle of stones, casting a warm glow that danced across the hollow. The smoke rose slowly, curling like silver ribbon toward the stars. The evening was not cold, but it was filled with stillness, the kind of stillness where old stories like to return. A soft rustle nearby stirred the quiet, and from the shadows came Illyrian once more, the elf he had met at the stream days before. Without a word, the elf sat beside the fire. Shortly after, Thalin the ranger appeared too, stepping silently from the dark, like the breeze itself. He carried a bundle of dried branches, which he added gently to the fire. And so, the three sat together, elf, man, and wizard, beneath the wide sky of Arda, the stars glimmering like memories above them. No one spoke at first. It was a time for settling in. Gandalf took a slow breath, feeling the weight of time and the warmth of company. He reached into his satchel and pulled forth a small wooden flask. "Miravor," he said, pouring a few drops into a tin cup, "to ease the mind and soften the heart." Illyrian smiled faintly. "It is the drink of travelers and poets." Thalin nodded, "and of those who remember." Then Gandalf leaned back slightly and spoke, not as a wizard full of power, but as a keeper of stories. "Do you remember the tale of Elamir, the star singer?" he asked gently. Illyrian's eyes lit with a soft gleam. "From the time before the trees." Thalin leaned forward, curious, and so Gandalf began. "In the ancient days, before the moon and the sun, there were the two trees of Valinor, Telperion and Laurelin. Their light bathed the land of the Valar in beauty, but long before even they blossomed, there were stars, and among them Elamir. She was not a queen, nor a warrior, nor a great ruler of lands. She was a singer, a voice so clear and pure that it was said the stars would gather closer to listen. Her song was not made of words, but of memory and light. With it, she wove music that helped shape the constellations themselves. It was her voice that first gave the elves courage to awaken by the waters of Cuiviénen. And it was said that on clear nights, when the wind carries high through the trees, you may still hear her voice in the hush between the leaves. That is why the stars are sacred to the Eldar, not for what they are, but for what they remember. Gandalf paused, letting the story hang gently in the firelight. The forest around them was silent, yet the trees seemed to lean closer. Illyrian then took up the tale, his voice low and melodic. "And do you know," he said, "how the stars themselves were kindled?" Thalin looked to him. "I have heard fragments, but never the full tale." Illyrian smiled and drew a deep breath. "Then listen now, beneath the stars themselves. In the time before time, Varda Elentari, Queen of the Stars, gathered the silver dew of Telperion, and from it shaped the first lights. She set them high in the heavens, placing them with care, each one a beacon, a memory, a whisper of hope. But she did not do so alone. There were other hands that helped her, spirits of lesser light, voices who danced with her across the void. They sang as they worked, and the stars responded, flickering to life not just with brilliance, but with song. It is said that some of those spirits came later to Middle-earth, not in bodies, but as dreams and inspirations, giving rise to legends, guiding hands, and quiet strength in the hearts of many, perhaps even in the crafting of a staff, if one listens closely enough. Gandalf smiled at that, his fingers resting on the polished wood beside him. "Perhaps," he said softly, "for this staff has always responded to light, to moonbeam and firefly, to starlight and shadow. It remembers more than I ever could." They sat in silence again, letting the fire whisper and the stars shimmer. Then Thalin spoke, his voice like soft stone. "There is an old tale among the Dunedain," he said, "of a staff mowed from the root of the white tree of Numenor, hidden deep within the earth before the waves swallowed the land." Gandalf turned toward him. "I have heard of that. The tale says it was never shaped by hand," Thalin continued, "but grew on its own, twisted by time and sorrow, and in its grain were knots of memory, scenes of a world before downfall. They say that only one with great patience could bear it, for the staff would weep in silence each night." "A heavy burden," Illyrian murmured. "Yes," Thalin agreed, "but also a gift, for it carried not just sorrow, but strength, the kind that does not shout or strike, but endures quietly, like stone shaped by wind." Gandalf looked at his own staff, the orb now softly glowing as the firelight dimmed. "It is a curious thing," he said, "to wield an object that listens. And perhaps," Illyrian added, "remembers more than we ever will." The fire had burned low now, only embers glowing red at the core. Above them, the stars remained unchanged, but the night had grown deeper, fuller, richer with story. Gandalf reached into his cloak and drew out a small pouch, from which he pulled several dried leaves. "From Fangorn," he said simply, placing them upon the coals. A gentle fragrance rose, earthy, sweet, and ancient, and with it the forest seemed to sigh. Illyrian laid a hand to the ground. Even the roots listened. They said nothing more for some time. There was no need. The stories had been told, and they would linger in the hollow long after the travelers moved on. For in Middle-earth, stories do not simply end. They rest. They sleep beneath stones and stars and leaves, waiting for the right voice to wake them once more. And on this night, around this fire, they had stirred gently and smiled. And so, under the pale shimmer of stars that gently dusted the heavens, Gandalf stood upon the ridge overlooking the moonlit valley that nestled in the deep southern shadows of the misty mountains. His hand rested lightly upon the top of his staff, its familiar wood warm beneath his fingers, almost pulsing gently, as if it shared his breath, his thoughts, his heartbeat. Behind him, the trail he'd wandered had faded into twilight mists. Before him, the air held still, quiet as though time itself paused to listen. In the calm hush, a whisper stirred, not of words, but of memory, of forgotten power long slumbering within the roots of the world. The staff, which had once been carved from the living tree of Valinor and blessed by the Maya of light, now began to glow, not brightly, but softly, with a silver-blue shimmer like moonlight through water. Gandalf did not flinch or question. He had journeyed far not to command it, but to understand. He closed his eyes, allowing the staff to speak, not in sound, but in sensation. And there, in the gentle stirrings of wind through leafless branches and the distant murmur of an underground stream, came the truth. His staff had never been a mere conduit of magic. It was a keeper of ancient harmony, a vessel for balance, not might for battle's sake, but light to guide those who wandered in darkness. He saw images unfold before his mind's eye, like dreams. His arrival upon the western shores of Middle-earth, cloaked in gray with eyes bright and old. He saw the fires of Orthanc when the staff trembled in warning. He saw the mines of Moria when light had bloomed to reveal paths hidden to sight and soul. He saw the breaking of Saruman's own staff, how the magic had not rebelled, but returned to the earth like rain into soil. And now he understood. The staff had not drawn its strength from him. It had merely listened. It echoed what he gave to it: compassion, resolve, wisdom. It was not the instrument of control. It was the mirror of will. With a soft breath, Gandalf opened his eyes. The light around the staff faded, but did not vanish. Instead, it settled gently within, like starlight sealed in crystal. The power was not gone. It was finally at peace, having been recognized, not wielded. Turning from the edge of the cliff, Gandalf began the quiet descent back down the path he had climbed, each step firm, each movement thoughtful. As he walked, the memories of his journey pulsed within him like embers, glowing soft and steady. He thought of Frodo and Sam, of the burden they bore. He thought of Galadriel and her patient light. He thought of the trees of Fangorn and the slow, deep time they measured. all were pieces of the same ancient music, played through the staff's song, through his voice, through his choices. When he reached the bottom of the path, dawn was beginning to seep into the sky, a pale gold blush stretching beyond the horizon. Gandalf paused once more, lifting his staff gently to the rising light. The staff gave no flare, no dramatic show of power. It simply warmed, as though acknowledging the new day and the wizard who had come to understand it. He smiled, for in knowing the truth of the staff, he had found again the truth of himself, not as a warrior, nor even as a guide, but as a steward of the old light, a voice for the wisdom that the world still carried in its bones. And so he turned back toward the west, toward the Shire, where quiet mornings and gentle laughter waited. The staff tapped softly on stone as he walked, but its sound was now a lullaby, a rhythm of peace. The journey of understanding was nearly done, but the song of the Grey Wizard, his quiet power, his secret strength, would echo far beyond. As the morning sun rose, warm and low, upon the rolling hills of Middle-earth, Gandalf wandered once more beneath the branches of familiar trees, their leaves rustling with soft remembrance. The road behind him had been long, lined with ancient voices, hidden truths, and the subtle language of magic that rarely spoke in thunder, but always in harmony. His staff, now resting lightly in his hand, no longer felt like a tool, nor even a weapon. It was an extension of purpose, woven with patience, clarity, and a kindness that ran deeper than words. For all the legends spoken of it, all the awe it inspired in the hearts of men, elves, and dwarves, its truest magic had always been its silence, the way it had listened, absorbed, and quietly reflected the strength of the soul that carried it. Gandalf paused near a riverbank, watching the current swirl over smooth stones. Tiny birds flitted from branch to branch overhead, and the scent of early wildflowers lingered in the air. There was peace here, the kind of peace that doesn't announce itself with grandeur, but which arrives like an old friend, unhurried and sure. And in that moment, he understood something more. The journey was not only about the staff. It never had been. It had always been about what the staff revealed, about the quiet courage that grows in shadows, the wisdom that whispers instead of shouts, and the strength that does not need to be seen to be known. The lands of Middle-earth were changing. Some powers were fading, others rising, and yet, amid all this motion, the gentle truths remained. Kindness mattered, wisdom endured, and even the softest voice, spoken with care, could echo through time. As he turned to walk once more, the sun rising behind him, Gandalf smiled, just slightly, and tapped his staff gently against the earth. The sound was simple, rhythmic, a farewell, perhaps, or maybe a beginning. And now, my dear sleepy fellows, you've walked alongside the Grey Wizard through old forests and starlit paths. You've watched him uncover not just the secrets of his staff, but the secrets of his heart. So as the last pages of this tale softly turn, let your own eyes grow heavy with wonder, your thoughts quiet like still waters, and your breath slow and calm like wind through the hills. Rest now, little dreamer. The road goes ever on, but tonight we rest. Good night, and may the peace of the white shores and the scent of Eleanor flowers guide your dreams.